All right. Should we get now? Sorry, I just needed to get the live up.
I'm not seeing the WAP live yet.
Okay. Let me get that. I don't know if we technically need it, but all right. Got it. We're live everywhere this week.
Oh, I see. I didn't know which one you were talking about.
We are everywhere you can be. All right. Let me see. I think things moved around again. Oh, there we go.
They would never do that.
All right. I'll get this link to you guys. All right. Should be good to go once you guys get in there.
Okay, should be good. I'll go ahead and start.
Cool. Kick us off.
So we did, we did see a spike higher after the close yesterday on Palantir earnings, and then, the main thing we came, really big move yesterday into, a pretty big resistance spot and back test on ES at 63.73, and typically that's not the best recipe, for continuation to squeeze, 100 points into that. But we did base underneath that all night. So pretty nice consolidation at the highs, which gives you a little bit of a lean, some bullish basing underneath resistance all night. Hasn't really been able to reject so far. So that's where we're sitting in the open, just underneath that 63.73 spot. So clearing that and the overnight highs, can try for continuation higher. We do have a little bit of an overnight low that I'll be watching for a failed breakdown, and that's at 63.58. And so if 63.58 fails, then we can start to see a retracement of the rally from yesterday. There's several pivots below that could offer nice back test areas. 63.52 and 63.35 are the main ones for me on ES. So I'll be watching to see if we do get retracement, do those hold? And but short term, right before the open, we may not. If we trap the overnight low and clear 63.73, then we may try for higher before we back test those areas. That's
Hey,
what I'll be watching.
hey, J Money. I think someone just said in chat that the whoop is off. So just heads up.
Yeah, I'm in there. I'm unmuted. I'm not sure what the issue is on that.
Yeah, I see it as well. So should be good. If not, they can tune in to the X live stream as well.
Yeah, sorry to jump in. Just letting you know.
Oh, all good. Thanks.
But yeah, that's all for me. We do have some data, 15 and 30 minutes after the open as well, PMI.
All right. Thank you, J Money. Ivan, what you got for us today? What's the position?
I was on mute, Matei.
I figured you were. I figured you were.
I apologize. Yeah, please go ahead, guys. Don't mind me.
What's going on, team? Yeah, as usual, I 1,000% agree with J Mike. If the lower levels also match with the gamma landscape, we do have the iron condor seller back in the tape. I believe their orders came in like right around, like literally right after the close, which is I was a little not surprised, but um, I was trying to see if we had a potential day with a bigger move. But for now, the market is locked in. In other words, there's boundaries in the tape today, right? The upper boundaries, 63.60, 63.65, and the lower boundary is sitting at 62.90 and 62.85, right? So, uh, and then in between we have very small positioning, right? 63.30 is going to be basically the pivot that I'll be using intraday. There isn't a lot of points in play, both up or down, right? If they do decide that this market's going to be locked in, I would just be cautious. Maybe it's better to also sell an iron condor, right? If we do end up getting a sideways type of day today, right? Normally, there's like a small caveat here, right? This is the first time that these guys are back in the tape since I believe last week or the week prior. The week prior, they lost $8 million.
Is Ivy breaking up for you guys as well?
I can hear him okay, actually.
I think
Okay.
most sounds like a snack to me.
See things stand out. They look for the same.
Anyhow, I believe last week the IC crude lost about $8 million on one of those days. So they're back and they're trying to capitalize on a market staying within this range, right? So normally, when on the first try they always fail, and then they double down and triple down until they win, right? So we'll see if we do in fact stay within the range that they're expecting, right? And we'll take it from there. If we were able to break 63.60, I think there's a high possibility of testing 6400. And on the downside, if we're able to break 62.90, the tape is wide open on the downside. So I would just be cautious, right? And like I said, the main lean today, I would use 63.30, right? I think that's a very important range, not only from a gamma perspective, but also from a TA perspective, right? So we want to see what happens at the 63.30 level. I also believe Sarang, actually not Sarang, TC and Space Monkey have the 63.36 level as a point of confluence inflection range, and it's funny that it matches up with the gamma landscape. Other than that, I would just gonna be pretty cautious today. Again, I was trying to put on a better trade, but it's kind of hard to put on a better trade when you have flow that's locking and preventing the market from moving, right? Unless it moves, right? So we'll wait and see. That's pretty much it from my side.
Thanks, Ivy. Appreciate that. Matei, do you want to add anything to the indices? Otherwise, top ups.
No, I think
Yeah, I would like to add one macro note. You get ISM services 30 minutes in, so just keep that in mind. They're going to be watching the data pretty closely, especially after the jobs numbers. So for weakness, so just keep an eye out.
Thank you, Kate. Yeah, no, there's a lot of ops today. I'd say mostly in the kind of routine B plus category. I've got a couple of different catalysts out as well. So PLTR, HEMS, CAT, and then Coinbase also have catalysts this morning. So there's a lot that I'm going to be watching. Into the open, what interests me the most at the moment is actually Reddit. We need to see price lead us higher, but this is resetting on the hourly and 30-minute quite a lot. So we've seen this happen a couple times. It reminds me of the Google quantum play almost a year ago now, actually, where you have a good day one, day two combo, and then you get this really strong reset in the pre-market in terms of RSI, and a nice push, a continuation that's in some ways maybe unexpected from some. So basically, the price right here at 198 is at least on the 30 minute more oversold than it was, or as oversold as it was back around 143, which is very significant. And the hourly is also very bullish. So it's the most oversold it's been since price has been significantly lower, almost 50 points lower. And so what that basically means is there's plenty of energy available to the upside. It doesn't mean that that's where we're going to go. You still have to see price lead first. So essentially, if we hold this 196.76 level and start to push higher, then that you can expect that to play out with tighter stops. You start to dip below that, then it can just kind of leak and take a little bit longer to set up a turn. So if we get a push, I will say that the options aren't usually the best off the immediate open on this one, but I'll be watching it very closely to see if that can play out. So above this spot, we've got 208.62 as a target above, and then not really much until 230. So let me focus on that, and then I want to see how these catalysts set up off the open. There's, like I said, a number of setups today. There's quite a lot, actually. But into the open, I'm going to be pretty patient and just let the board set up.
Cool. Thank you. Yeah, Reddit, the price action yesterday was pretty interesting. It was pretty tricky, but really nice back test and hold of previous week Friday highs, and came back really nicely into the close. And this one could, I think, on the daily just keep going. So we've initiated that one-time framing higher, and as long as we keep breaking higher here, it's there's no reason to short this. I think stay away from that until we start, breaking this momentum to the upside. Cool. All right, so let's take a look at a few of the other names in the list. So Reddit's first one, A+ bullish, RSI. The second one is Meta. Meta was one that was on our list yesterday, which we didn't trade, but did really make that move that we were talking about. Broke 765 and broke straight into this 76, so 776 area. Saw some resistance there, closed near the highs, and so for today, to break yesterday's highs, we could see a nice move towards those 785s. 785 is huge. I think we could see a fast move to 800 at least above that. So let's see how this one does. If you start breaking below 765, I'd be a little bit more hands off, and we could perhaps see a little bit of a range up here as long as we're holding this range. This gap below. We could sit in a bit of a bull flag or just in a range up here until the market sets up for a next push higher, which could be led by Meta. But Meta so far looking pretty good momentum. So watch yesterday's highs for continuing to move higher. So that's one. I think the RSI on that one is looking really good as well, unless it changed since we looked at it. Next would be Apple. I think this would be my downside candidate. Very, very slow. The pop yesterday started looking really good and then just sold into it. It's a clear level of support around 201.50, 200. That zone needs to break in order for us to get a bigger move. Let's see if they actually break it. I think if the market does pull back, I think Apple could be one of the names to look for a downside candidate, play. So play puts on an Apple downside. Some of those catalyst plays that Matej talked about, obviously the first one is PLTR. PLTR obviously has been on a big move higher. One of those stocks where every dip gets bought, and earnings. For example, the last earnings came around, gapped down, they bought it back up. Yesterday, they gapped it up, but we're still holding higher. So let's see what they do with this one. I have a few levels above 170, 176, 179. I'll probably have to add a few more levels, but I think with these kind of names, let's just see if it could hold its gains. But as far as the pre-market setup here, looking pretty hot in my opinion. So, but let's see what they do. If they start breaking the PM high very quickly, this one could catch nice momentum to the upside. I rather buy dips in this one than buy breakouts, especially after a gap up like this. Be careful with the premium, probably really hot. You gotta wait for them to cool off a bit. Another one is HIMS. Could be a nice front side short. So front side short is when we gap down very big on earnings or any other catalyst. And Matei, if I'm saying this wrong, just jump in. But a gap down such as HIMS on earnings, watch for a front side. So meaning a move higher at the open or near the open into some resistance. I would say 59.60 would be that area to look for. A reversal back lower. So that could be an excellent put play. So that's what we mean with the front side short and the side watch list.
Yeah, one thing I'll just add is that can also play out somewhat in the pre-market like it is now too. So the RSI is quite bearish into this 57. I have 57 to 59 as pretty key resistance. We are rejecting that now. So it is possible for that kind of front side move to play out in the pre-market into the open as well. If not, it would just get more bearish higher. But I will say the best front side shorts that I've seen are ones that don't see very large bounces. They're usually weaker bounces, and just trend lower all day. So that's the only thing I would add.
Next one would be CAT, had earnings, and this one would be one of those offside plays off of earnings, meaning they open a stock lower on earnings or any other. Well, usually it's earnings. It's an earnings offside play. So you have a gap down. It's a slight gap down to flat. Usually I say between 0 to 2%. That's the sweet spot. You can see what they did with CAT here is they sold it and they bought it back up, but we're still down around 1.5% here. The way I would play this is a quick red to green move at the open, preferably the first 10-20 minutes, preferably the first 10-minute candle. So that quick red to green move could see a really nice continuation play throughout the day, actually for a few days ahead. So catching people off sides, you'll see a nice little move. Eventually, if you do turn red to green on this one, what you want to see is a break of PM highs, which is sitting around 438, which also lines up, I think, with all-time highs very neatly. So could be a nice explosive move. CAT is slightly different of a play, but we'll see. This has a catalyst. It's a play that we've traded many times in the past. Most recently, Hood, where we caught a really nice scalp in it on Friday, I think it was. And so for this one, this is setting up equally. Matei, as far as CAT, the RSI looks pretty good for an open drive, right?
It has the energy. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
set up for
okay.
that play. So that's like I feel
Okay,
like
cool.
your bread and butter for that. So yeah.
Bread and butter. All right, so we'll keep an eye on CAT. Continuation plays. The first one would be Affirm. It's just had incredible couple days. Let's take a look at it. I don't know why my trading view is so slow today, but okay. Affirm has had a couple good days. This rinse down here just got gobbled up, and we saw a nice little push higher yesterday. Added this structure on the daily, and be curious to see what they do with this one. But above 75 could be a really nice move towards these highs, 82-ish. So we do have earnings coming up end of August, so there's plenty of time for this one to make its way higher as we get closer to earnings. GE. So GE is a name that I'm in. We took a position yesterday, and I don't know why this trading view is doing this right now. GE broke out into new all-time highs yesterday. So what I'm looking for is a very simple continuation play here above yesterday's highs for higher. So I'm in this one already. If you're in it, you do not want this one to start selling off big. A retracement today could happen. Like we could get an inside day of sorts, and then we want to see these highs broken later in the week. So took target yesterday, and I would look for another target today if possible. couple other plays. I would say Tesla, one that we watched yesterday, held the 300 area once again, starting to look like a real nice bottom here, guys. So this 300 is best for that to hold, but pretty good risk reward to the upside, I would say. And so I'm looking for that 312 to break for a push higher. There's a lot of moving averages, a lot of noise here between 323 and 315, but above 312, maybe we could see a nice move to 320 or so. So we'll watch that over the next couple days. OKLO looks pretty good on the daily. I would say it's shaping up really nicely here. We'll watch a break above yesterday's highs and also eventually 80. This one usually sees a really quick move at the open, so be ready for it if you're interested. APP app, we're back to 400, believe it or not. Feels like it's been forever, but this sell off of this 520 area all the way back down to 200 is back now. So this one is looking pretty good. The only thing with this one is that we do have earnings. But the momentum is there. It's probably a faster move, but what I like about this one is we could see a nice little gap fill maybe ahead of earnings if this continues. Figma, obviously a new name. But what's interesting about this one is that you have a pretty defined level, this low here. So all-time high or IPO day low around 84. So if you see a continuation move lower below yesterday's highs, a break of 88, could see 84, below 84, I would watch for continuation lower, and so it's price exploration to the downside pretty much. So definitely a continuation play below here, but also what I'm curious to see what could happen is that you get a break and then a recovery of this 84 for a bit of a failed breakdown play for the upside. So keep an eye on both of those plays. Just wanted to outline those in the watch list. NVIDIA looked really nice yesterday, and I would watch a move today above 183.30. My trading view is really not cooperating today. So really nice day yesterday. I would say nice continuation above Friday highs. They bought it up really nicely off that 20-day moving average. So, as far as I'm concerned, if we break today or yesterday's highs, we can see these all-time highs around 183. A break of that 183 would be that next leg higher. What you could play is, and could be more of a scalp, if you notice strength of semiconductors, watch yesterday's highs for what I call a magnet move into this high here. So potentially 180 break into 183 could be a nice scalp. Net, extremely tricky name. I would say Net as of late, but this level above is so defined. And what I've noticed is I've been tracking this very closely over the last couple of days. Although it gets sold into this 212 area, we're catching a little bit of, or we're getting higher lows here. So the price action is getting very condensed, and buyers are stepping up at higher prices. So what I would anticipate here is a break of 212, and for a move to these PM all-time highs around 224. Ultimately, right? Big picture, above 212. Perhaps 215, 216 first, and then we can see a move to 220, and then eventually 224 above that. But 212, watch that. And then lastly here, before I get into some of the names that you guys are pointing out, Hood. Really nice, I would say. This is a pretty clear bounce area, I would say, and I can draw it very clearly like so. And you can see that once price try to break out of this bounce area, it failed, and then we failed the bottom. We saw a nice little selling, and then broke back up, and then every time we're getting out of this box, we're moving back into the box. So, and if you look closely here, you have the purple area as the value. It's fairly aligned here, and so I think what I'm seeing here is some oscillating action, or just trading in a range, and every time we get out of the range, price gets sold into or bought up. And so it's just a matter of watching this for next leg higher. And I think what I would say here is that trade balance rules. So meaning if we break the upside of this balance area, look for that move higher. And if it fails, you cut it. If it moves lower, you trade that direction as well. And if it fails, you cut it. And until that actually works out, and then you can get this huge move higher. So I'm not convinced yet that today is that day, but just something to watch. I'm pretty impressed with the way they keep buying this one up on dips, especially after that Friday reversal lower. That was really nasty, but yesterday was a wonderful day back up higher. So that's good price action. All right, let's get into some names, but first, Sarang, do you have any names that you're watching for the open?
Hey, hi, thanks, Space Monkey. So I'm watching mainly at the open PLTR and Meta. Actually, the PLTR, the implied earning is looking good. The implied move was almost 12%, and the stock is making only 7% move. So what I'm looking is mainly if we see a big pop at open and fade, because the valuation could be higher or the earnings might be priced in. So if we see a pop above, let's say 173 and fade quickly, then I will be looking to take that turn. Otherwise, if we break, let's say 173 area and hold, so I'm not interested in short. So I'll be looking for some intraday pattern on that one. And
Mm-hmm.
second thing, what I'm looking is Meta. So Meta
Mm-hmm.
actually the 774 area is the key to hold, and if we hold here and break above 780 or 785 at the open, then I'm looking to take a trade targeting 800 on the Meta. That's the one. And net, I think net is also on my watch today. So 212 area, I think that's a big level of resistance. And if we break above, then likely to see maybe 218 to 220. That's what I'm targeting on the net. So these are the three names I'm watching mainly. And let's see if for other catalysts I will look for intraday setup. Yeah,
Fantastic.
that's it from me.
Yeah. Thank you, Sarang. I appreciate that. Yeah, those are some good looking names. So thank you for adding some color to that. Now let's get into some stocks that you guys are calling out in the chat. If you have any you want us to look at over, please feel free to post them there. We'll take a look at them if we have time. And just time check here, we have about 9 minutes until the open, so we'll go for 5, 6, maybe 7 minutes, and then I need a couple minutes just to get everything in order before the open. Okay. Now, starting with coin. Okay, so coin had catalyst off the open, and we're down about 3%. And what I would say with this one is just keep an eye on that 310 area. That 310 is the IPO day low. So when the IPO, that was the low of day. That's going to be an extremely important level to watch. You can see here that once we broke above it, we saw this really nice move higher. This is the daily chart. So use 310 as a pivot. Also, that 310 aligns really nicely with yesterday's and Friday's lows. And so if you're playing short on this one, you want to trade against that 310, meaning you do not want price to move above 310 and hold, because then you're in the territory of a failed breakdown, which takes me to my next point, which is you can play the failed breakdown to the upside, probably targeting 320 or so. You can see that if you look closely here on the daily, you can see that you have these two dotted pink red lines here lining very, very nicely. So that's where the most volume was traded over the last couple of days. Beautiful kind of P-shaped profile here. So that will be your resistance, meaning if you recover 310, could be a nice little move into this area here, which is 317, 318 area, maybe 320. But I would say that the price action in this one has been pretty abysmal lately. It's been very, very weak, and so let's see what it does. But those are the kind of guidelines I would follow. Rocket Lab. This one has earnings on the 7th, and so keep that in mind. what I would say is that it's trading in a pretty methodical, mechanical way lower in this downside channel, and I feel like it's just waiting for earnings. So not a whole lot to say here, other than I'm really liking that the volume is tapering as the price is moving lower. So we'll watch that. Avery is calling out coins setting up a front side move. Yeah, definitely. And that's what we talked about with the 310 area. VRTX, not really familiar with this pharma name, but take a look at the chart. Really nice volume yesterday on earnings, before earnings. Then on earnings, they're just breaking it basically. So this is a pretty good front side, I would say. Watch that 416. Not really sure about the RSI and all that, but I would say 416 is a really important area to recover very quickly. It's the low from this May of 2025, which has been a really nice pivot to the upside here over the last few months. But the inability to recover that, I think, could mean more lower. And if we do see a move lower, I would target 400, and then eventually this lower around 378. HIMS was in the watch list, I think. And we talked about it, I believe, right? Yeah, the front side short play. So yeah, so
It's
there's no
starting
reason
to play
to
out
go
here
over
in
it.
the pre-market too, by the way. So we'll see what it does at the open.
Okay. Oh, WMT, that's a nice name actually. That 100 level has been very contentious level. If we look on the daily, you can see that we have multiple tests of that 100 as we go into. Come on, freaking A. Okay. Here's the daily, right? It's just this A, this 100 is for me like an A setup of sorts. I think it just needs a catalyst to push through here, but if it does, I think we can see new highs. Just beautifully consolidating here. We've tested it multiple times. Really nice move yesterday, close to 100. And what I'm liking here is actually, if you look here on the daily, you have this move higher on you have volume increasing as we're getting closer and closer. So there are a couple more weeks into earnings, and so they might fill this gap ahead of earnings. Let's just see. But definitely looks interesting. Keep an eye on 100. That 100 should get you a point or so, and then if we break above these highs over here from June of this month, we can see that gap fill, right? And once you gap fill, you need to see that break through that gap for a push into these highs. So that's the blueprint I would use for WMT. Slower name, could be traded with stock common perhaps as well, but just something to keep an eye on here. Circle, nice day yesterday, Circle, right? Some of you guys caught this name that we called out yesterday, and just wasn't one of the better kind of open drives to the downside, I would say. And what you want to see is continuation today. You do not want to see a recovery of 165. That could mean we could see a little bit of a chop or a push higher, but a break below yesterday's lows could unravel this a bit. And so what I'm looking for here today would be a 155 break into 145. There's a gap to the left here below 145 into 135. And so let's see if they fill that gap again below. So 155 into 145 into 135. That's how I'll play the downside move on that one. We have a couple minutes to go here. Let's take a look at Rocket. Last one here, guys. Sorry. Rocket, everybody was excited about Rocket yesterday. Put in an inside day, so I would watch yesterday's highs around 17 for an inside day breakout. Otherwise, double inside day to watch today as earnings is behind us. So this one is could be something to watch. Probably more of a stock common play. Now, time for me to just set myself up here, guys. Yeah, you're welcome, champ. Anytime. Tesla pretty weak, back down to 305. SPX, I'm watching yesterday's highs. Best to hold that one. Otherwise, 300 could come. You could keep pulling back off 565. and IWM 221 pulling back here as well. So Cat's interested in this red to green move if it happens. Reddit looks fine. Um, best to hold Friday highs, guys. I kind of want this one above 200, but as far as the RSI, I'm sure it's looking pretty good. I'll be keep an eye on GE as well, as I'm in position. That one 275. I'm expecting maybe a pullback today, which is fine for me. But if the pullback becomes a little bit more than that, right? If it feels more of a failed breakout into new all-time highs, I would just cut that position. But we're holding just below yesterday's highs here, so something to note. Remember, OK low can be fast at the open. APP 400 looks good as well, something to watch. Pulling back here nicely, also resetting beautifully, actually. Got my alerts up. Got WMT in the top right here. You don't see it. I see it. Yeah, WMT looks pretty loaded as well for a push higher at the open. Let's see. All right, we have about 8 seconds to go. Let's see. All right, Meta, big move at the open here, guys. Huge move at the open, Meta. Testing PM highs, 780, 780, 785, above 780. Reddit, nice little move higher as well. Those Reddit, Meta, nice little pop at the open. Reddit holding gains really nicely. Watch yesterday's highs on Reddit. Premium is a little wide here, or sorry, the spread is a little wide. SPX is filling that gap here very quickly off the open. You're seeing a retracement in Tesla, Nvidia, PLTR 170 best to hold here. Reddit looking relatively strong off the open. App failing. Reddit looks best to the upside here. If you could start pushing here, watch those 210s. Those 210s look pretty good. See if it breaks 205. OK lows breaking highs, guys. Watch PM highs. OK low is doing exactly what we said it might do. Testing PM highs here.
Yeah, really
Very
nice
fast
move on
move
Reddit.
and Reddit, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, frickin' move there, guys. Beautiful RSI on this one and seeing some continuation here. Fast move if you took it. We called it out all the way. Beautiful move. Nice call out there, Mate. Guys, Cat, red to green. Cat, red to green. I'm watching Cat here. PM highs. If it does it, I'm going to be in it. Watching 440s perhaps. Just spreads a little ugly. Spreads are really ugly, but liking this red to green move. Yeah, Reddit looks fantastic. WMT is testing 100, guys. Cat PM highs here, 440 breaks. This one could really go, all right? PLTR, dip and rip, held 170, 175 above, 175.89 to be exact. Watching Cat here, guys. Cat.
Watching an entry on HIMS here, risking 57.77.
WMT breaking 100. WMT breaking 100 here. 101 would be next above. Dip in net got bought. Watch that. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
ES is testing the overnight low, so I'll be watching this spot to see if it traps or if it continues down for a bit of a reversion that we talked about this morning.
Guys, getting filled hymns here. Taking this rejection off the open. Risking those pre-market highs.
Guys, I'm in cat 450 calls. Plus, oh, sorry, I don't know why it did that. 450 calls. Needs to break the PM highs here. Smaller position. Let's see if it could play out here. A break of 440 could accelerate this one. Slightly different kind of name here. Showing some relative strength. Bit cheaper as well. So GE holding the pullback here in the morning. Net looking pretty good so far. SPX, nice little dip, holding okay here. GE best to break yesterday's highs for a continuation. Net testing that 210, 212 area. Yeah, circle, that's the failed breakdown, B-Dorts. But if it fails to go green, red to green, watch that reversal play. Just an idea. You have to manage it, though, very, very closely. SPX, beautiful dip to that. Beautiful dip and hold, guys. Beautiful dip and hold.
Yeah, I'm watching ES long for a failed breakdown, the overnight low.
beautiful. Yeah.
I'm getting entered here.
BE moving. Watch BE 38. OK lows testing those all-time highs. Net reversing. Watch 212. Let's see if CAT can break 440 here. Very, very important. Premium holding so far. 440. Watch 440, guys. SPX, beautiful move. PLTR 176 selling here. Reddit holding, okay. Net moving, guys. Net front side, dip and rip here. Watch 212. Watch. 212, big level. Guys, okay, low. Watch those 80 calls above PM highs here. Could be a nice scalp. This cat is a little slow here. I need it to break here soon. WMT holding 100 back test very nicely. OK low is accelerating to the upside here. SPX new highs. PLTR, watch the turn here, but PLTR needs a little time, I think. Reddit looks good. Reddit back to the highs. If cat goes red here, I'll cut it, okay? Then this invalidates the play. But I also want to give it time because it's a little bit of a slower player. Okay, low. Anybody caught that? Very, very nice move there. Dip and rip. Net selling off of that test of 212 once again. Let's see if they actually break it here. Okay, low making its way higher here very nicely. PLTR still very strong actually. Needs above this high here though. NVIDIA holding 180. EBS. don't see anything CBS, man. Hims.
LM&D, big pop.
Okay, Lemonade.
Yeah, they had earning actually. Stock was not reacting well in the after earning, but made a big move.
Or no, hold on. Yeah, that's up a lot actually.
Yeah, I think
It's-
20% move at open.
Yeah. Yeah. It's also near this 47, 48 area. So, guys, OKLO is exploding here. Hims, watch this 59 here. We talked about this 59 as a good spot to go short. 59 Hims.
Got that PMI data here in about 15 seconds.
Yep. Reddit looks great, guys. Cat is kind of holding here, waiting. Watch this Hims here, 59. Rejection could be something to watch. Yeah, Lemonade. Huge move there. Meta holding nicely that 775 area, guys, and pushing back higher here. Oracle had a catalyst as well, Barry. That's some sort of headline up. Guys, net looks like it's breaking here. Something to watch. Nice little dips are getting bought very aggressively on that net. So 212 here, something to watch to break. 212, sorry, 215 trading for around 320 here. Something to maybe entertain if you've been watching this net above 212. Trickier level though. There's a heads up. And we have data coming here. PLTR needs to break highs here, 176. Yeah, BE looks good, champ. BE above that 38, okay? We called it out a little earlier. And making that move. So BE needs to break 39 now. That's the all-time highs. We tested it. Reddit near highs. Those 210s could be something to trade, guys. This Reddit looks great above the high day here. SPX 9-day moving average around 63.47. Nice little target for SPX. Okay, low. Almost at 80, guys. That played out beautifully if you took it. Net making that move. Net making that move. Yeah, Google, nice call out, guys. Google testing those highs from earnings around 198. Watch 198 into 200. That's a squeezy level, that 198, okay? Big move here. Anybody caught net? That's a nice push. That's what you want to see. Probably into 215 here, if it could go.
Doing a trim on ES here. 72.
Hey, Meta, breaking 780, Meta. Fast move, meta. Watch 780 to break into 785. 785 is a huge level on the daily. Continuation after earnings. OK low is breaking 80 here. Watch Meta. Reddit testing highs. NVIDIA still slow. PLTR still slow. Hey, OK low squeezing. OK low squeezing. This Google looks interesting. If we could break this 198, it's a big gap above. 197.95 is the high from the earnings report day. So watch Google, guys. SPX tested that 9-day moving average here. So that's going to be tricky. Watch Google here. Cat is looking pretty tired here. I'm just going to give it a second and then we'll see. It's still green, so it's still holding near PM highs here. So I sized down on this cat because it's a little more speculative, but when they go, they go. Still green here. If you start breaking into green to red, I'll cut this. SPX are changing the 9-day moving average. So for now, it's just a little more hands off here. Reddit looks fantastic. Looks very, very strong. Near highs. Yeah, breaking higher here. Reddit. Cat, I'm about to get stopped out here. Preserving some premium. That's not what you want to see. I'm all out. Okay, all out. Okay, we're gonna reset here. I just want to give this thing a little time here and see what happens. But some nice moves off the open. Net 212 broke into 215. Okay, low broke above that all-time high. Now trading around 82. Reddit broke above the highs and pushed. And Google starting to set up for a new trade here. So very nice move, Reddit. Meta looks pretty good too, holding 780 here. Tesla testing 312 here. Watch 312. Lemonade, just nice little squeeze, Sarang. Nice little call out there. MP playing out really nicely. Those 66 calls from yesterday playing out if you caught those and holding still. Okay, low monster squeeze here into new all-time highs. Meta looks strong here, guys. If Qs can push here, Meta could see 785s. Sorry, 780. Yes, 785. 785 is a huge level. Tesla breaking 312. See if Qs break the highs here. Premium coming into 790s on Meta. SPX reversing exactly around the 63.46 area, 9-day moving average. Google retracing off of 197.70, 198. Net looks very strong still. And OK low, beautiful move into 84. OK low, probably one of the better trades today so far. Meta breaking higher. Watch 785, guys. Huge level. Net 215s are in the money if you took it above 212. Beautiful play there. Sarang, did you catch that one?
No, actually, I was looking at it and the premiums were around 2.5, and when it break, so the bid and ask was very wide, like
Yeah.
3.3 and $4, so I couldn't take that.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I was looking at it too, and I had the same feelings. And that's the problem with that one. With
Yeah,
those names like
could have
Software
taken
Ninja.
the stocks, you know.
Yeah.
Data in 1 minute.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Kate.
S&P right at that 63.36 spot as well ahead of data.
RKT big watch 17.3 to 17.5 area.
WMT failing 100 once again. Net squeezing, guys.
Reaction lower.
Rocket needs to break the 1750 area. All right, we're watch that 330 on SPX. If we break yesterday's closing price, this one could accelerate to the downside.
Reddit got 40 cents from our target at 208.62. Above that is plus 1 ATR at 212. MP hitting the extension target at 68.
I'm watching Meta 790s. All right, SPX green to red here, hands off. Meta's holding relatively strong here. Let's see if we can hold green on SPX. Any gamma updates, JM, that you can give us? Or IV or anyone?
Yeah, let me wait for the next update in 2 minutes.
PLTR in a bullish pennant here below this 176, holding gains really nicely. So that one is really interesting. That's the PLTR push you wanted to see. Watch 176 PLTR. Tesla failing 312 again.
Gamma's pretty light, not a whole lot. Holding under 63.30. could see some continuation to the downside. Very, very light all around, though.
Yeah, there's freedom to move to 6290. 6300. Bulls would want to reclaim that 3640 spot pretty quickly.
Yeah. Reddit holding on dips nicely here, I would say.
212 next up.
Yeah, I have 211.88, so that lines up.
I like 6300 puts, but I'm just gonna sit on hands.
Yeah, break of 63.30 here. Definitely, we could see a nice move to yesterday's lows and more.
Coin, not a bad rejection at 312. Also keep an
Watch
eye
that 63.15 if we get there. That provided a nice little bounce yesterday, and it was all-time highs not too long ago. So nice activity yesterday around that area. So if that fails, that's your big push lower. Meta holding relatively strong. Reddit as well. We're seeing unraveling elsewhere. Google pulling back off of that 198. Net failing now again. Well, watch that backtest, 212 backtest. I'm liking Meta here if you can bounce around this area where we spent some time yesterday afternoon. Bit hands off here until we see what happens, but best if SPX just holds green here. You don't want it to start accelerating to the downside. HIMS, I mean, that feels like an upside candidate at this point. Red to green, offside play. So I'm watching for longs here. That broke 59. That was a good spot to watch. 65 trading around 2. So I'm watching HIMS, 65 calls. I'll probably size up just a bit on this. All right, just got filled very fast, guys. It just popped very, very fast. Premium is kind of crazy at this point with HIMS. So let's see if we could go red to green. My stop on this one is 1, okay? Sold some here. Very nice play so far. You want to see this one? Just go, 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 go. It's having some issues with the 60 from the other day. We had a lot of activity there. Resistance, but If you can break 65, this one could move to 70. Needs to break here, guys, and we do not want to go green to red here. We need to break 64 here and push. Reddit, watch that move into 212, above 208. You want Hims to catch the bid here now. 64 into 65. 65 breaks. We could see a nice move. Nice move. Yep. So far, price action looks good, guys. We need to break here, though. These work the best when it just goes. And this has that kind of personality. Let's see if we can get that move. Premium is looking good here, so I'm catching some premium to this one. Sorry, I'm watching on my other monitor. I'm just going to put it here. APP is moving, 400. APP. APP, nice little dip and rip today, guys. Tested the 387, 400, and then we have a big gap above, 405. APP looks good.
Because I'm trying to quick trade on Reddit here with tight stops at 204. So let's see if it can push up to that 212 ATR, and if not, I'm just going to cut.
All right, let's see if they flip it green here again, Hims. PLTR just flagging. Lemonade 50, Sarang. Up a lot, but just calling that out as a level for you because you mentioned it earlier.
Nice play. Generally squeeze a lot.
Yeah, it just broke the local high around 47. So we'll see what it does here. But yeah, incredible play. SPX continues to be weak. NVIDIA near lows, PLTR near highs, IWM, QQQ, and SPX all near lows. So the index is looking pretty tired. You have to focus on individual names, if anything. Meta for me is relatively strong near PM highs. So if SPX could turn here, this one could be something to watch for upside move. Google 198 becoming very, very defined as a level. Meta still relatively strong. I like those 790s. If the market could bounce here, I think Meta could lead us higher as long as it holds PM highs, which is where we are right now. Circle back below 160. Watch that move down to low a day, PM low, and then yesterday's lows. Circle reversing nicely here, getting an alert. Reddit, nice push here. High a day. $65 calls are holding premium beautifully on on HIMS, although a little volatile. Holding up okay here, guys. Let's see if they can push that 64.65 and then go. Feel free to move your stop break even if that's what you feel comfortable with. I'm just gonna hold here just a bit more. I want to see this one. I just want to see if we could break this 64.81, which is yesterday's POC, lining up very nicely with yesterday's highs as well. If that breaks, that's when we get that bigger move higher. So far, acting the way exactly you want it to see. It's backtested that green to red multiple times. Reddit near high a day. You want to break high a day for that 211.88 or 212. SPX near low, so there's some relative strength in these two names. Okay, low, seeing some resistance around 85. Google holding up okay. Needs that 198. First day of it acting really strongly after yesterday. Actually, yesterday was first good candle off the lows, and now seeing some continuation. 198 would be explosive for Google. Reddit 208 test here. Circle on Netflix starting to move low a day alert here, guys. Yeah, Google is looking a little bit better than Meta here, actually. A little stronger, sitting in a bull flag near the highs. Watch that 198. 198, 200 could come above that. SPX no real bid after the data, and NVIDIA is looking very, very weak. PLTR holding near the highs very nicely. APP resisting 400 for now. So we'll watch how this one develops. HIMS just kind of pinned here. So I suggested if you could always move break even on your stop. Microsoft pretty weak. Apple holding up okay. I would have thought that would lead us lower, but this range has just been very, very tricky lately. So something to take note of. Any updates on the Gamma stuff?
Yeah, it's still super light, so just not a whole lot of effect today. But in general, under 63.30, it does favor lower towards 62.90.
Okay. Thank you, Jake.
For those that are listening, lighter gamma means more freedom to move. So when you see price starting to move, there's less friction stopping it.
Actually, premium holding really nicely on HIMS. As we're retreating back here just a bit, those premiums are holding okay. So something to take note of. SPX 6315 could be an excellent bounce play, in my opinion. But if that breaks, I would be hands off. I think you could catch a little bit of a bounce here, probably into 6330. Riskier play, but something to watch.
New high a day, Reddit.
Nice. Guys, watch PLTR. It's building a nice bull flag here, okay? Nice consolidation after earnings, and this one could start pushing towards 180. Google looks like PLTR on the 10-minute chart. SPX close to that 63.15, guys. Best to hold. You have the 20-day moving average at 63.12. Let's see if it tests it. Microsoft, no real bid. Holding long. Nvidia very weak as well, making new lows here. Green to red. SPX near some support here. Let's see if it holds. Now, ES overnight lows, those broke, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Lost those on that second data at 10.
Yeah. Yeah.
So 63.35 on ES. Let me check the spread. It's around 63.60. Sorry, other way. Yeah, 63.09 ish on SPX would be the back test of 63.35, which is the area that we reclaimed yesterday. So potential bounce spot there, and a lot lower if we failed that area. So I'll be watching that area for a reaction. 63.35 ES, around 63.09 SPX.
Nice. SPX revisiting yesterday's POC around SPX revisiting the 63.15 bounce area. You can catch probably 10-15 points here on SPX if it does bounce. Trend is lower, obviously, after that data. I'm just saying the interim scalp perhaps could trade against those lows. Google, nice little turn here. Watch those 198s. It's gonna be harder to play those kind of plays with SPX doing this, but if you can bottom here, could be something to watch. All right, him sitting in a 111 here, potential. So if we break the highs here, could see a nice little follow through. I'm considering maybe trimming a third here just to bring down size a bit because of the chop, but it's doing exactly what you want it to do. Yeah, PFDR stock, beautiful bull flag here. Break a high, could see 179.23, 180. That will probably be the first one to go if SPX bounces. SPX breaking the 63.14.64 attempt here at least. You have the 20-day at 63.12. Best to bounce here. Really ugly action in Meta, breaking PM lows here now. Yesterday's POC around this 773 area, best to bounce here. Previous day POC is usually support. Watch Meta here, could set up a failed breakdown here of sorts if SPX bounces. All right, guys, I took some off here. Hims. Sizing down just a bit. I will cut that last third at 165 or 160. Market is not allowing for these moves to happen, so we have to kind of trade around it. So give myself a little time, but I'll be willing to cut that 1/3, and we'll revisit after. I kind of like Meta here for failed breakdown of sorts if the market bounces, but it's just hard to play these kind of plays because of the conditions in the market. It's just harder to play, Avery, okay? But I would watch those 780, 785 or 790s. I'm not really looking like that. I'm just kind of calling out this. This could be a failed breakdown because a few things are aligning, right? Yesterday's POC around 773, test. Recovery of low day from earlier today could set up a failed breakdown and push us back up higher. But this is tricky here, so it's hard to play these kind of plays. Just calling it out as a possibility. It's probably best to sit on hands here, guys. There's no reason to overtrade this. If this bounces here and starts setting up, we'll watch that. PLTR looks pretty good still, kind of in its own little world here. HIM's kind of holding here. Might take its time here and then break higher if the market allows us, but let's see, let's see. Pretty weak bounce here. Guys, I'm all out HIMs. I will revisit later today or tomorrow. Okay. So all out here, HIMs. Okay, I'm in this mode now where I'm trying to be it's more preservation mode because the market is looking really ugly. We're about to break the 20-day moving average. We're not really seeing a bounce here. We saw a little bit of a bounce, exactly what we talked about, but you're not seeing that continuation higher. So kind of hands off here, guys. Just take it easy. Don't overtrade this. And we'll see what the market does, what it sets up here. I would say Reddit's holding up okay above yesterday's highs. It's holding above here's the 9 on 10 bounce around 202, 204, 205. And so this one is sitting in a bit of a pennant here. You want to see that one break highs for continuation. So the move lower here is due to the data that came out earlier. And so we're seeing this real nice unraveling in SPX. Well, it's not nice, but you're seeing an unraveling here after initially gapping up, back testing, holding, and pushing into that 9-day moving average around 63.46. And we have since seen a really nice move lower towards that 20-day. And if the 20-day breaks, we have 6,300, and below 6,300, you have to be really, really, really cautious. Meta, you can see what's happening here, right? So let's see what it does. But that's why I said just chill. Let's see what it does here. It's these kind of days that kind of these kind of days where you overtrade, I feel. Right? So let's keep that in mind. The bottom of the straddle is around 63.10. So that's the best to hold, right? That's often a pretty good spot to go long, actually, which kind of lines up with what we talked about. But let's just see here what happens. PLTR looks good. No real bid here, SPX. HIMS, nice cut on that, guys. Nice cut. Google starting to accelerate to the downside here. Meta back to 771.30. Google accelerating to the downside. Hands off Google until the market looks better and Google breaks 198. It's just no setups here to the upside, guys. And the downside is pretty extended. We need to hold here.
Yeah, so we are getting into that back test spot on ES, 63.35. So this area definitely big to hold, but we need to see it hold and actually put in a turn off the lows to think about an intraday reversal.
So Jam, what do you exactly look for those? You know, like, is it price action? Is it that, you know, it builds a bit of a base and then you take that turn, or like, are there some things that you basically look for, like tangible things that we could look for here?
Yeah, what I would be watching for, since we're selling pretty aggressively, I would like to see us test under 63.35 and kind of trap underneath that, and then start to hold above and turn,
Yeah.
just for a scalp long. Now it could turn into an intraday reversal, but that when we're selling this aggressively, instead of just buying 63.35, I don't really want to just get in front of this momentum yet. But if I see some kind of signal of demand, that buyers are stepping in, and even better if we trap underneath it where maybe some shorts get trapped, that kind of stuff.
I could not hear that last bit, JM, but fine. Maybe it's just me.
All right, so watching this potential reaction here for a long on ES. So unable to clear 63.35 on ES, now making new lows. So it's got to clear 63.35 for any kind of reversal rally. That's what I was watching. If we'd cleared 35 there, I would have taken it. We trapped underneath. We back tested it, rejected, made new lows. So pretty hands off now until we're over 35.
Is there a gamma level below? You mentioned 1690. Like, is that something to watch for upside bounce here? If we start breaking 6300 for a scalp or no?
Yeah, I mean, 6290 is a gamma peak. So this getting into this area here, you know, if you see a reaction there, you know, something like that, and especially that if it holds there and then clears 35 on ES, would be a decent look at a potential reversal. We're so light today that I don't have as much conviction in the gamma setups. It just doesn't have as much impact today.
There's no real bid here. I mean,
no, and see, you know, this is the thing. Whenever this is the result of yesterday. You know, squeezing way far too quickly. So now we're getting this big retrace of it.
I would willing to take a bounce off of Friday highs around 62.87, 62.90. A little bit of a scalp, a little more risky, but could be something, especially after this, you know, 50-point move straight down, pretty much. So, you know, just trading a bit of a bounce. But so far, the price action is really weak. The play was puts, but it was hard taking puts. Up here, I didn't see it, and then the data stated it. The range was the 63.14, 15 area fail, which was a really nice scalp, I guess, to the downside. So I'm watching SPX for a bit of a bounce play. 63.
Yeah, there's still, you know, very oversold. There'll be some kind of intraday bounce.
Yeah, just a quick one. After like 60 points lower or whatever, I'll take 10 points. PLTR starting to sell here. VIX is up 7%, near 19 here. Guys, Meta 765. That was a breakout zone yesterday. We're backtesting here. Could also be a nice scalp. Just calling these out just to, you know, because we have some people that like to trade fast and stuff like that. Just quick trades in and out. That's where you would imagine some sort of reaction.
There's a peak around 62.50 that will come into focus if 90 is lost today.
Yeah, actually, on this update, 90 not as big of a factor now. So that 62.50 peak intraday is now at 62.70. You see this new update, Matei?
I'm on 1040. I don't have an update beyond that.
Okay, yeah, but you can see how you know, the intraday is going to be at that 62.70 spot, but a fairly big change since that last update.
70's really light though. I would say 50 a bit bigger of a position. But yeah, 70 to 50 could be that downside target if 90 breaks. We're at the Condor. So the thing with the Condor, when it's light positioning, it's not uncommon, like we said in the pre-market call, for them to get run over the first day, and then just take bigger size. So
FIG testing lows. FIG, FIG. SPX for me, it looks like it's trying to put in a bit of a yeah, this could be here scalped, I think, trade against the 90, but I'm waiting for a proper dip. Premium is not great to the upside, so just sitting on hands here.
I'd be cautious.
Yeah. There's no reason to overtrade. I do think we can move into 6310 though, but I want that Friday high test. Very heavy here, guys. Very heavy. Straight down, guys. 45, 90. That's 55 points straight down. Yesterday's opening price was is interesting too. There's a gap below that as well. Just something to point out. Yeah, they're popping it off of here. Let's see what they do with it. pretty weak so far. All right, taking a shot at this. Got filled here, 63.20s. Quick bounce play, guys. So this is going to be fast, all right? It's a little slow. I'm trading against the 90. VIX coming off a little bit, off of 19. Premium sucks. All right, just got filled here, guys. Just got filled. I'm doing a JM on this one.
Love it.
Yeah.
Reddit
Sorry,
getting a
just
nice bounce
fumbling
with
with my
that
alert here.
S&P hold here too. This will be a good second attempt. I'm just gonna sit on hands though because I'm just not seeing things clearly right now. So I'm just gonna sit out.
I'll hold the rest just to see what happens here. But I'm not in love with the premiums. They're a little slow, which makes sense. But it's the first real test or bounce here. If we break the lows, I'll exit. Yeah, I don't like those premiums. Those should have been a little higher, around 330. Didn't make it that way. Nvidia retracing pretty nicely today, all the way back to 175. Nvidia's in a range, big picture. Microsoft 530 here, some good support. Mate, Nvidia, sorry, Netflix is approaching that 1152 area. A few points away, but just calling it out.
Thank you, sir. So
Yeah.
if this spot, if the 6290 bounce fails, that 5070 spot J Money and I were talking about could be a nut like that overextension bounce play that is you're trying here. You know, if this one fails.
Yeah, with that one, I'll probably go bigger.
Yeah. Yeah, Netflix looks good.
I would say if Netflix starts breaking this 1150 area, that would be like next leg lower in the market. I feel like they're just kind of holding until they see that and they want to just sell stocks.
Mm-hmm.
Just like theory. So we all have different styles, okay? So I like to trade fast, and so I explained to everybody yesterday that I'm okay taking some scalps and stuff like that. I try to be pretty clear in my intentions. So the 6320 could actually play out really nicely, but I'm happy on a day like today just to take a scalp and leaving just a smaller portion of this for a bigger bounce. Maybe it's 6310. Back to 6310 could be interesting to see what they do there because that could be a pretty nice put play back down as it's the 20-day moving average as well. This premium is affirming up just a bit here, guys. If 6290 breaks after this kind of attempt here, just be careful. Because this is a pretty okay attempt by the Bulls to actually put in a little bit of a bounce. If you look, what's happened today. So there's still this chance that we could break this for a 111 downside here. But let's see. QQQ is trying to hold the 210, recover the 20-day moving average. Above that, could see a nice little push. We're seeing a little bit of an attempt to actually show some life here, NVIDIA, off of this 175. 6320 trading around 320 here. I'll hold. I just want to see what happens with this. Above 6300, we could see a plus 10 move. Reddit bouncing nicely back up near the high. So Reddit still is acting really nicely. It's just harder price action, guys. All right, nice plus 8 here. Just premium is still pretty terrible here. We need above 6,300 for these to start moving. Probably aiming for 430 or so. 450 maybe if we start moving. But so far, 6,300 could be a nice little put play as well. So if we're unable to move above 6,300, let's see if they reverse it there back to their lows. Reddit acting really strongly here. It's telling us that the reason why it's pulling back here, we're not pushing through, is because of the overall market conditions. But if the market conditions improve, this one could start pushing towards that 212. Now let's see what they do here. If they dip it a little bit here on the 10-minute chart, the new 10-minute candle, what they often do is that as it opens, it dips, and then you want to push back above this candle high for that 6,300 plus. Tick is trading pretty flat here, so nothing there that's like screaming, oh, super negative. VIX is up nicely today, but holding below 19 so far. Reddit back to the higher day. As far as breadth goes, the market breadth here is down negative 500. So pretty negative, but the real story here is that we opened up fairly positive around 800 and have retreated since into negative territory. Yep, exactly what you want to see here, SPX. Exactly that candle that we talked about, right? They dip it and then pop, you want to see that push. Now, break of 6,300 could get you that push into 6308, 6310. Getting a little bit of a premium move here above 6,300. They just hit 350. You can move your stop break even. Near high a day here, 208, could see 212. Apple near high a day. Meta putting in a little bit of a bounce off that 765 area, not exactly, but close. PLTR, let's see if it puts in a nice 10-minute candle all the way back up to the highs. Nvidia off the lows, 175 held. Lemonade just below 50. Watch that 50 for that one. Net failed, moved into 216, our first target above 212, 216, 220, back to 208 here, so back into range. $63.20 trading around 4 here, guys, so make sure to take profit. I sold some here. I sold some here. Now let's see if you can get that move into 63.8, 63.10. That would be where I take everything off. I'm holding a small partial here. Nothing significant. Nothing is gonna change anything. But pretty nice play off of that Friday high into that 62.80, 62.90 area. Reddit, nice move back above high a day here. So Reddit's telling you it wants to move higher. IWM backtesting yesterday's POC around 219.50. That's resistance. QQQ back above the 20-day. Nice. Apple leading higher here, actually. Big tech looking pretty good to the upside. WMT just below 100. Let's see if it takes them, only a day to get back above 100. That would just show us that, it's looking really, really strong here. OK low is bouncing off of this 80, back above into 83 here. Nice little bounce here across the board, guys. Nice little timing on that one. This premiums are holding still. I think we get those to 5 if we get to 10. So 6320 is at 5 if we move to 6310 above. If we get a back test of 6300, I might roll out of the 6320s into 6325s. So it's rolling is using a part of your profit into a new strike. PFTR looking pretty good. I just missed my entry there on the 25s, guys, at 230 on those 6325. I'll hold here. Wait, watch. Reddit looks good near highs. WMT around 100 here. Watch for that move into higher day. There might be some rotation. Tick is firming up a bit here, so I think we can get a little bit of a push. Fig bounce off of 84. VIX retreating off of the highs. VIX coming off. Premium sucks on these calls. I don't think I'm gonna roll. I'm just gonna hold off here. See what happens once we get into this 10. Apple leading higher here. Apple 50-day moving average test. Yeah, I'm not loving these premiums, guys. As I said, I'm not really. That was a nice bounce, guys. We caught 15 points. See 6300. If 6300 fails, this would just be that small bounce that we were playing that they will sell into, and could see a nice move back to 6290. If we move back to 6290, what I would look for is a double bottom or break. If it breaks, we'll see that bigger move into 50. Pick is holding firm here, guys. So let's see what they do here. That was another interesting kind of dip in the in that. Let's see if they could push it towards 1,000. Nice, 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 nice. All right, guys. I'm taking a little bit of a break. That was a nice scalp on SPX, but other than that, I'm not really interested in taking much here. If you can make it back above 63.15, that could set up a nice little push higher. For now, I think let's just be patient. All right. So I'm going off the mic. I'll be back later. If something happens, I'll switch on the mic, but I'm doing some other things here.
Red heart.
Desmond, you still there? Taking a break.
Hey everybody, just coming back here, checking in. Looking at the overall market, S&P is just holding that 6290, looking pretty good. On the dip so far, bulls stepping in, not too surprisingly. A couple things going on here. UNH had a pop on some options activity, getting some follow through now. Oops. Give me one sec. Oops. All right, there we go. Just clicking all the wrong buttons there on the stream. All right, what else? Reddit holding up. It's holding this 10-minute 3450 EMA. See if it can pop through that 208.62 into the end of the day. Maybe get that ATR 212 target. Meta lower. Circle still weak. Respecting trend. Watch 156 down. Snow getting close to that 202.83. PLTR fading a bit. Netflix getting closer to 11.52. I saw on Charter yesterday. We might get that first daily bar trail today. Alright, that's pretty much it, guys. I'll just keep an eye on things. Watching the market. I'll be working in the background on mute, but I'll call anything out if I see it.
But actually, on the UNH, there is a news like Berkshire Hathaway is planning to acquire some stake in United Health Group.
Yeah, I did see that. I didn't know if it was a rumor or if it's actually legitimate, though.
Okay. Yeah, you and I, someone forwarded to me, so I don't know.
Yeah, let's see. Pull it up again. It's actually not coming through the Benzinga wire. I saw it on X, but yeah, I mean, significant if true, I would say. It's important. But until they actually make a stake, you know, it's just speculative for now. So saw some energy news. FSL a little bit of a pop, but nothing crazy.
That FSLR news was negative to FSLR. I don't know why it got popped. So
Yeah.
they reduced the grant. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's weird.
Weird. The coin ended up working well. Friendside rejection, we called out 312.
Yeah, nice. 300 breaks could up to 292 also.
Wow, what a move in hymns. I swear.
I think the initial move was like short covering move.
Yeah, you could say that.
Yeah. Yesterday I saw like there was a heavy flow on put side on the IMS and calls were getting close. And when we see today, it was a big bounce. So my plan was like don't touch unless it break below 51.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a bit. I was just reflecting a little bit ago. A bit frustrated with my selection today. I feel like Hims is always a bit trickier. In Reddit, there was at least something that was very, very standout. You know, that bullish RSI was like, wow, like really caught my eye in the morning. And then I chose Hims, so it's just a bit of a frustrating week for me. But good to see some plays
Reddit
for
was
Reddit.
a decent put. Yeah, Reddit was decent call out.
Yeah.
So did you trade did you call out just based on the RSI or did you look anything else on that one?
Uh,
Because
I,
Reddit was a day 3 setup.
yeah, it's day 3, and usually on day 3 it's a little bit harder most of the time. But because we're above or at this 200 spot, and it's just very strong, I think if it wasn't for that RSI, I probably would have just skipped it because it's already made a good day 1, day 2. But because that was so clear, like very very strong. I mean, it's literally more oversold than it was 50 points lower, which is something I've only seen a few times. So to not stick with that is really annoying to me. So, but yeah, just that was the main thing. There's other things like the fact that it's been strong. It's at a big spot with resistance around 208.60. That could be a magnet that were important, but I think the weight of that RSI variable was heavier than anything else. So
Nice. Earning was also very decent actually. I checked the report. Earning was also very nice.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Just I'm seeing setups, I'm seeing things play, and I'm not aligning with the ones that are working. It's a bit strange. So it happens sometimes. Try not to get
Yeah,
too
yesterday
caught
Circle
up.
was also very decent call out. I think you highlighted in the weekly preparation. Circle was
Yeah,
very nice move.
yeah, yeah, yeah. It played great, and then there's another one. So like that one, I got in late trying to catch the trend and got stopped out because I missed the initial move. Reddit missed the initial move today and then got stopped out trying to catch that secondary trade. So it's just like I'm seeing things, just not trading it well. So just have to is what it is. Just have to sit on hands and size down for a little bit until I start putting green on the board. Not a fun place to be in trading, but you have to respect it. So MP was another one that
Yesterday,
worked good.
yeah, MP
Sorry, go
was
ahead.
really awesome. No, yesterday I was like put a lot of planning on Apple trade, and when I saw like market was just going
Hmm.
straight parabolic, so I didn't had a confidence, to
Yeah.
short at 207 area,
Yeah, and
and
that
the
was
trade
like
was
perfect.
really
That was
nice.
another thing that was made me frustrated yesterday. Was like that Apple we called out. We called out so many things that worked really well, and I just didn't. I took everything that didn't work. I mean, it was just like, man, it's frustrating. And it's just not random either, right? Like there's been some very, I would say, clean setups for the most part, but live to fight another
Yeah.
day, right?
Today, actually, my main watch was on PLTR because I was thinking like the stock has made move, but it didn't move as implied move, right?
Yeah.
And the valuation was also looking little bit higher. So that's why I wanted to short, but I saw like reject quick pop above 173 and reject. But again, just a back and forth action so
Yeah.
long.
This one's impossible to short, I feel like. There's gonna be a day that it just cracks and we're all gonna be like, oh my god, finally sold. Um, yeah. I was hoping for a bit of an exhaustion gap like Google, or I'm sorry, not Google, Microsoft.
Microsoft, yeah.
But it just didn't it only like you said, it only gapped up like half of what was implied. So it makes it trickier. It still could be decent here. Um, but not with the market holding up, right? So that's the other thing. It's just
And market was selling. You see the market was selling, and the stock was not moving, and I was
yeah,
into the put.
yeah. They pump the brakes on that. That happened. That actually happened to me a couple times. One time, vividly, I was like, timed the market sell really well, but I chose PLTR for puts. This was a couple months ago, and PLTR, as soon as the market started selling off, and I was expecting that to get followed through, PLTR just stopped, and just started trading higher. I was like, really? What is going on? So, anyway. All right, so playbook trades today, Strang. What do we got? We got coin front side short. Reddit, it's a technical trade at this point, but that was nice. Um, what else? Was there any other playbook trades?
Hims.
Oh, jeez.
64 area rejection.
Thanks for that. Yeah, Hims fade. Hims catalyst fade.
Actually,
I should have known,
LMND, I
man.
don't know where did I miss. LMND, I don't know where did I miss.
Oh,
I have
I
traded this
actually
one
forgot to
many times.
remind you of that because I saw it on the I saw the report this morning. I was like, oh, there's Sarang's favorite favorite trade, and then I forgot to talk about it with you.
Actually, the earning was not looking that great. Maybe I think I might have read some wrong news, but earning was not looking great, and I just at the open it, the stock moved almost 15-20% move.
Yeah, it says short covering, man.
Yeah. Oh, it's just a flagging. I don't know this will hold or not.
That's what this one does. You just have to like it's done this so many times in the past too. It just makes these like really it'll like not move a whole lot on a catalyst, and then on the open it just goes insane.
Now I will watch like some flag break or downtrend break maybe in a week or 2 week time, and we'll look for a swing on that one or maybe a day trade.
All right.
Limited we consider as a playbook trade. Yeah, it worked really nice 313 area, but it didn't had any structure. So do you still consider it as a playbook trade?
Which one?
Coin.
Yeah, corn is a front side short. So he had the news, so he gapped down, and then first move up into key levels. So I have 310, 312 as very key on the daily. So if you look at I
Yeah.
have the chart up here. So I mean, this is honestly pretty textbook for front side rejection. So we just retested these lows after the catalyst, and it's also interesting that where we bounced was around that 300, 303 spot. And then the as far as the entry for me, you just have to get short on a turn. I was very close to entering it. I'm not like managing or catching things well, and I just was trying to manage risk. I was like, I'll just wait. I even considered here after this bounce getting involved, but I just decided to sit on hands. But for me, I think this when you don't have like super defined structure on the turn, uh, one thing that I like is when it pops over that prior high. So like if we go into, as we've seen this before, where it won't consolidate for very long, but you'll have this, kind of rejection initially. Like so your people are expecting it to reject here. You might try to get short. It pops up and then rejects again. This, whether you try it a couple times or not, when you clear that high, that previous high, and then turn, that's like the real trade, right? So not easy, but that is, I think, the real trade. Kind of like Apple yesterday. You kind of wait for something to become a little bit more defined.
Yeah.
Right. So like we
If you look
initially
at the
rejected.
first two candle, sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good. I was just gonna say it kind of
No,
initially
no,
rejected a couple times. It didn't really turn much, and then it finally went here. So kind of same thing with coin. Couple tests, rejections, and then you get that like kind of shoot up over, getting shorts out of the way, and then it finally turns.
Yeah, that's true. If you look at first 2 5 minute candle, they are putting large wick to downside. So
Hmm.
that's why it's very hard to decide like the front side short will work or not.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. I think like with that nuance, the catalyst becomes important in my opinion. So like whether you think it's gonna work or not, or the odds of it working, if the catalyst is significant enough, I think you have to consider that. Um, but yeah, it's not easy, but it worked well. Even the volume
Same thing like
dissipated too. Like the volume just kind of died off even on the move down. So
yeah, that's true. Same thing happened with the UNH as well last week. Like the catalyst was so significant, and we ended up with closing at the high. And day three, all the gain it lost.
yeah. Um, VRTX doctors called out. That was a very nice frontside short. Good example of that. It kind of played out in the pre-market, but still same concept. Get that gap down, bit of a pop up and turn. You did get a little bit of a pop on the open too, actually. So those are the ones I keep saying like are the best. The ones that are like weaker bounces. The coin and hymns. Obviously, hymns didn't work, but the ones that get a little bit bigger bounces to the upside, I find harder. The ones that work really well and usually trend all day and close on the lows are the ones that get just like a little bit of a pop, but get super bearish on that pop and just turn immediately lower and don't ever kind of trap or look back. I think these are the better versions of frontside moves.
Yeah.
This one had really good R-vol too. Yep, nice.
What level do you like, Mate, on RGTI? It's picking
Rigatoni.
up the volume. Yeah, picking up the volume, some flag-like structure. You're sharing your screen or no?
Space Monkey's screen is actually still up. I am on
Okay.
X, but
Yeah.
let me see if I can take it. I would have to kick him completely out. Let me just look at. I'll send a screenshot.
Yeah.
Just because I'm assuming he's coming back pretty soon. So we have a gap fill. That 1742 is big because there's the gap fill spot 1764, I guess, to be more. Wait, hold on. My magnet isn't on. 1755, final answer. Is also paired up with that prior peak just by a few cents. So I think QBTS or QBT, one of them reports on Thursday, right?
Oh, yeah.
QBTS reports on Thursday before the market open.
The only thing I liked is it was trying to flag-like structure on a daily, and it's trying to break today. So I don't know where it will close.
Yeah, it's a decent technical breakout there. I think a real trade would be through that 1750 spot for a push up to the highs. These have been holding
1920.
really well. I mean, it's definitely worth noting, right? I mean, considered to be very much risk on names. The fact that they're not reverting and holding up quite well is it'll just take one catalyst to get them to start to squeeze a bit.
Yeah. It's like small cap stock like Affirm, UPST, they are at the highs.
Yeah. Affirm was looking good yesterday.
Rocket companies today it breaks 1730, level 1750.
Yeah, that's a big spot too.
Yeah.
Pretty thin name, but All right, I'll just be on mute in the background watching. I think be careful out there, guys. I wouldn't be too aggressive. Market's not super simple right now. Let's take a quick look at Gamma though first. Yeah, so just still supported by 6,300, 6,290. Below that, we could get a bigger push into 6,250 into the end of the day. So, we're holding up fine for now. But if we start to crack 6,290, that's not a bad looking short. So. We just had an auction. It's another one on Thursday. 30 years. No, the 10. Sorry, not. We didn't just have one. Tomorrow is the 10-year. Or maybe we did, but 10 years tomorrow and 30 years Thursday. Sorry, I'm just reading the chat.
much has happened. SPX is trading in a bit of a range. Um, UNH has seen a real nice move here. I was very close trading it today, actually, but I promised myself not to trade UNH. Pretty tricky, but this setup is really nice. If you zoom out, on the daily UNH here, we're recovering this previous low from that news headline that we had that made UNH move lower very, very quickly. And so we're recovering that low. So if we could close above that, this one could see a nice little continuation moving to 261, where the 9-day moving average. Obviously, in the downside move, we track the 9-day moving average. You can see that here. Every time we pop into it, we get sold into, requires a reversal. So we need to move above it in order to move into the 20-day above. So for now, this is nothing than just a break, a little bit of a check back as we extended beyond the 9-day quite significantly. But the failed breakdown on the daily here sets up a pretty interesting prospect of a trade for higher. So we'll see. So just generally here, let's just do a review of everything. We can look at the SPX and we'll drill into some of the other names here, but okay, there we go. Just want to set up SPX here. All right, so as we're trading now into the 1:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, you can see that SPX has put in a nice little bounce off the lows, and I traded longs off of the back test of Friday highs and significant 62.90 area, and we have since moved about, excuse me, 25 points. I'm still sitting 625s. I've traded 620, 625s. I rolled into with profits, so hoping for a move back into this 30 area near yesterday's highs. So that's my goal with this trade, and holding it a size to zero, so using profits. If it goes to zero, I'm okay with that, but hoping for that not to happen, obviously. With all that said, SPX is in a very tricky area here. I think generally, big picture, I think it's looking a little weaker. Pops are getting sold into, although dips are getting bought. It's still it's a bit of a harder trade, like thinking, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 1 month ahead, right? So we just have to wait it out. So that's SPX. I think this could develop into a bear flag here, really. So that would be a pretty negative thing, I would say. But for now, let's see what happens. QQQ, very similar to QQQ. To SPX, holding up nicely. It's just harder, right? This could just top out here, curl, and move back lower. So we just have to wait and see. All right. Some individual names here. One of the members brought up SYM. This was a name that I actually caught in my scan yesterday and this morning. Did not trade it, but seeing some real nice continuation here off of earnings. So, earnings tomorrow. So ahead of earnings. That's what I meant to say. Beautiful kind of daily structure here. We're breaking into new highs here. So it looks like we tested all-time highs and retracing just a bit here. So we'll see what happens on earnings, but very, very nice move into it. I would say OKLO has been a really nice trade today. Broke these highs, and we called this out live, actually. We called this live the 80 break. I did not trade it. I was already in another trade. But the momentum was there at the open, and once it broke that 80, it moved very, very quickly into that 85, which this one does often. you look over here, kind of similar move, and over here as well. So Okelo is still not done either. I think this one is looking good. We do have earnings August 11th, something to watch for. UNH, we mentioned, and getting a question, when I say failed breakdown, am I referring for UNH move up or down? So a failed breakdown is when sellers are unable to push price below an important pivot. And so on the daily, I'm using this 248, 250 area as an important pivot. And so the the stock got sold into and really broke this 250 and accelerated. You can see this candle here a couple of days ago. When you see this acceleration, it just tells you that that's a proper break. And so what you do want to see is continuation lower. And I'll show you an example of that. In this instance, it put in an inside day bounce yesterday and a push higher today, recovering that. So the odds here, if we close above this low over here around 248, 250, a failed breakdown would entail a push higher, right? It would mean that it could move higher. This one is moving on a headline, so we'll see. But it's just what I mean with a failed breakdown. SPX breaking above that previous all-time high, 63.15. Those 63.25s are moving really nicely. I'm holding here, might take some off soon. Holding partial anyways. I want to see if we could get back to 63.20 and then 30 above that. Premium is not the best on these, so let's just see what happens here. But in any case, let's move on. Tesla's seeing a nice little push higher here as well. So failed breakdown, that's what it means. They failed to break lower, and buyers have the basically the ball in their hands or their court, their side to push it higher. That is that. A couple other names, right? PLTR had earnings, and I've just been watching this one because this might set up a nice trade tomorrow. We just have to watch it, but was relatively strong here most of the day. Most of the morning, and then when SPX started accelerating to the downside, this one basically just gave up a bit. I would say it's still holding way above previous day high, all-time highs, and just retracing just a bit. So for me, with this one tomorrow, I want to watch it for a move back up to these highs. Meta has seen some nice price action over the last couple of days and actually made a really nice move into this 785 area, which is super important for that next leg higher into 800. But that was cut short as we started retracing an overall market, and this one got basically pulled back. Now, the positive with this one is it's trying to hold that 765. 765 on the day is important. So this might just spend a few days here, perhaps, and then your best bet will be the 785 area for continuation higher. A name that had earnings last week, which I'm really, really liking here, is FSLR. This one has been trading below this 190 for quite some time, but it's just really holding up really nicely. The price action is looking better. Obviously, it's a harder trade, but I think this one in the next couple of days could see a nice 20-point move maybe. I would watch that 190 for a push into 200, and then above 200 could really accelerate. So just have to watch that to see it. That's that. Do I have any other names I want to bring? So I talked about Oklo. I think that one is looking pretty good. This one now, when a stock does this, breaks out of a very tight range, you want to see continuation, right? If you notice here to the left, This break out of this, what looked like a bull flag or a pennant, it broke, and then it was unable to see continuation. You can see these wicks over here. So what that just tells me is hands off, right? So what happened? We retraced the entire move and then pulled back up higher. So for tomorrow, what you want to watch with OKLO is a break of today's highs for continuation. I would say LMND Lemonade, brought to our attention by Mrs. Sarang. Not surprised that it's being sold into around this 50. 50 is a huge level for these kind of names, sub 50, and has seen a really huge move higher today. For next move, you'd want to see either a flag or some sort of consolidation move here for a break of 50. That would be probably your best bet. Or you want to see this one just break tomorrow and just move towards this 55 area above. Other than that, let's take a look at Netflix. For me, is looking pretty tired here, and I think this one, once it starts breaking the 1150, 52 area here, it could start accelerating towards 1100. I think that's going to be a big trade, guys. That's a grade B trade, I think, almost grade B, perhaps even. And so keep an eye on this 1150 area. Once that breaks, could expand. It could expand the range lower, right? So this one has just been really, really weak. So let's just see what happens here over the next couple of days. Couple of other names that have looked good. Net, full on reversal, not a pretty chart here, but not before pushing higher really nicely. So for me with this one, let's just see what it does here. Tomorrow is going to be super important. If this one rips back above 212, I could see that move to 220. But remember this morning when we went over this play, we said that 212 breaks, 215, 216 area would be next. 216 breaks, we could see those all-time highs, PM all-time highs around 224. So yeah, Steve, I get you, man. But it it was a good trade, although it didn't hold up. But I think that's his theme for today. Like it could have been a really good trade, but because of the overall day, the good setups were reversed pretty heavily, and it just shows the importance of aligning with a good overall market. But it's hard to say when you trade it very early in the session, right? This on put in a little bit of a failed breakdown here off of yesterday's big candle lower. So keep an eye on this one. Not the kind of failed breakdown I like. I like this failed breakdown more, the UNH, where it's spent some time before below. And look at this move now. It's moving into 250. Let's see here. This POC 253, 258, and eventually could move to 265, which is the 9-day moving average. Okay, low is looking really good near highs here. So okay, low is looking pretty good. SPX making its way move higher. I think we can rip a nice little push here at 6330. Let's see. I think yeah, let's just see what happens. Oh, Theo, you piece of work, you. Are you kidding me? Oh, cat is okay. Yeah, so maybe we can watch this one tomorrow, Theo, but tell me not to take it. Mamma mia, they just sold it and bought it back up. Okay. Yeah, I mean, this is tricky, guys, but it still shows strength that they're pushing it back up. Actually, this could be a nice little ramp into the close continuation move overnight. Keep an eye on it. Yeah, Theo, I know. Yeah. Let's just forget about that, please. Another bigger picture trade here would be Walmart. This 100 is just tricky, and starting to think that there's a reason for this one not moving above 100. Let's see with the earnings coming up, but super tricky. Okay, so we talked about those kind of like continuation plays, and here's a nice one, right? So Lulu, we watched a couple weeks ago. We watched this 220, and we said that if it breaks below this 220, we're going to see a bigger move lower. And there's a beautiful example of that. So compare this to UNH, where we saw only 1 day below, and then now we're recovering. This kind of low, like the swing low in the daily. Look what happens here, right? You saw this really aggressive expansion of range, a one-time framing lower, and moved all the way into this 190 area. So, and now this one might build out a little bit of a bear flag here for the next leg lower. So they've just killed this Lulu, and so basically, um, this is a great break lower, right? This is a great put play. Where you can just roll, 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 keep rolling with profit and just take advantage of the trend. Um, with UNH, for now, it's not showing that, right? It's making a quick attempt to recover. I'm not saying it's gonna attempt. I'm not saying it's gonna recover, but it's a good kind of rebound. Now, a couple days ago, one of you guys asked me, and I said, check out the 32 for a hold, and so uh, it's around here. Like this is a good area for a bounce, and we saw a nice little bounce off of it over here. So if we break that 32, we can see a bigger move lower to 200s. But for now, UNH is getting bought up. It's recovering a previous low. And let's see if it makes a move higher. That one just needs a new, kind of a, it needs a catalyst. The story there is a little bit tired. It's a bit broken. Let's take a look at Tesla. It's being called out. All right, guys, those 63.25s are almost at 3 here, $3. That's about, well, that's 100% off of the 150 entry. If we break the 63.20, those could move towards 5 perhaps. Those 63.20s are holding up nicely. They're hitting 5. Those 63.20 we took at 260, so 200% trades in SPX today so far off of the SPX low. So we caught that low really, really nicely and just keep rolling. So let's just see here what happens at 63.20 into 63.30 above. Tesla, Tesla is tricky, but and there's a lot of lines here, so I apologize for that. But this one is starting to. Sitting in a big triangle here. So I apologize for all the yellow lines, but if you look at the blue triangle that it's been trading in, it's getting pretty tight here. So pops are getting sold into for now, but defending 300 nicely. Oh, yeah, Mateo, you had it, please too. Yeah, there you go. I think we're seeing the same thing. I just have it on the daily. Let's take a look at Oracle. Called out here about Matty G. Yeah, nice defending yesterday's highs here, but this one, it's been a harder trade, but it's one of those where you get a test of the 20-day. It could be a nice little buyout. STRL, Sterling. Yeah, I'm not familiar with this name, but it looks very, very good. Affirm, a couple nice days there, T. Yeah, definitely a 111 candidate, especially if it just holds above this 73. Definitely could break 75 and expand its range here. So Affirm looks good. I want to take a look at Hood. A little bit of a down day here, inside day, so not a whole lot. We'll add an alert here. Just keep an eye on that. Let's take a look at MSTR. MSTR double inside day, guys. That could be explosive tomorrow. Double inside on MSTR. Yeah, I'll post it in the chat. Double inside day. Very nice. These are explosive, so once you break the lows, could really, really expand. I want to be there for that. Come on, SPX 6320 break. For the record, that last partial I took at 6325, took it at 320, well above 100%. And so now what I'm looking for is that quicker price action move for that last all out, okay? Maybe we can talk about SPX, why I took it, where I took it. Probably a lot of you guys were like, what the hell is he doing? For me, it was a matter of risk reward. You know, more closely here, you can see that the Friday high, Friday high was around, no, hold on, give me a second. Give me a second, guys. There we go. Yeah, so August 1st, which I think was Friday high. Yeah. Was 62.87, 62.90. And when looking at this is important, guys. I think this could be good for you all to see. We're breaking 63.20 here. Those 25 calls are moving into 350 here. Very, very nice move. I'm anticipating a move into yesterday's closing price around 30, guys, which was the high day as well. Also, I have a 210 there, so pretty good resistance. If that breaks, I want to do it with another roll. But back to SPX. The reason why I went long over here was a very nice, 50, 55-point move lower, right? Straight down off of the high today. And, as we're moving lower, I said, I want to see if it can go long off of Friday highs. And, once we got there, it was a pretty good risk reward because we also said in the live that if we break 90, like really break 90, we're going to see a bigger move, right? I would have probably targeted 75 and then eventually a gap fill below here via the 6250. 6250 gap fill, I've probably gone really big there long actually for an intraday bounce, but that didn't happen, right? We saw a nice little bounce off of Friday high. We saw a check back. And then after this check back, we've seen a slower push higher, but every time we move lower, they rip it back up higher. So that 6,300 is being defended. And it's just, for me, it's impossible for me to take puts below 6,300. It's just how I trade, right? So I'd rather just go long with that. So, yeah, let's just see what happens. But anyways, that was just the idea, the trade idea, and the reason why I went long on SPX near the lows here. All right, guys, I actually just got filled here, 63.25s, okay? All out 63.25s at 4 from 150. That's an all out. I forgot to tag it. I'm sorry about that. Apologize. So we still have, I think, 10 points higher here. So the question is, should we roll now or should we roll in a back test? I think I'm just going to watch here, but if the back test comes, there are two areas I would like to go long at. The first one would be this 15, 12 area. The second one would be 10. I think 10 could be a nice little long as well. But for now, I'm just going to stay on hands. Two good trades with SPX today so far. Over 100% on both. And it's just, price action is holding up nicely. Obviously not easy, but respecting some of these pivots that we talk about, day in, day out. RK, I can't believe you're asking me about why I play calls when I just spent 10 minutes talking about why it took long. What is going on, RK? Are you listening? I took long because I got the monkey tingles. And I'm like, I gotta go long. And I took it live, right, Steve? Can somebody write? I don't know. RK, are you listening into the live? You might not be listening into it. It's a good question. It's just I just answered, so I just want to make sure he's. Oh, thanks, Fate. That was me. I was ranting, Fate. Yeah, yeah. I get pretty funny and hilarious when I rant. I wasn't ranting though. Just trying to mix it up today. It's been it hasn't been an easy day, I would say, and I think it's important to during these days to reflect on some of the trades. So this one played out really nicely, and there was some solid kind of idea. There was a solid trade idea, but behind it. I'm not gonna go through it again. So sorry, Brad. Not Brad. Sorry, whoever it was above the asked. But I just asked them if they had not been live, because if not, oh, he was not on live. Okay, okay. That's what I figured. Um, I figured he wasn't live because nobody would have asked that unless they're just deaf. Fate, after doing this so many years, it's all about I think perspective and just keeping your head up, right? So if you're having a bad day, the worst thing you can do is put your head down and dig your head on the you know in the sand and just feel bad for you, or get angry at yourself. What I've learned over doing this for a few years now is like the best thing you can do is one, walk away if you're having a poor day, and then two, always think about what you could have done better, what went right, what went wrong. But ultimately, we always have to do is just keep your chin up, right? It's tough to trade. It's not easy to trade. I think I have bad days as well, and I just want to like do like question why we trade and all that stuff. But in the end, I think with me being on the mic, I feel it's my responsibility to do some of these reviews, laugh, call people out just because it's fun, but it's all in good spirit. So I'm very, very happy that it's resonating positively here. But also we have to be very sensitive that maybe you had a good day, somebody else might have not had a good day. So that's all. Now, let me ping this guy. All right, SPX holding okay. It's just it might slow down here. I know it's been slow, but it's been pretty nice. This area here, we struggled around yesterday. We actually built a little bit of a range here intraday, and then towards the end of the day, last 10 minutes, that's when we exploded higher. So to take a new position here for me is going to be tricky. what I would like to do is just save some of the profits from these SPX plays. Maybe we'll take a trade a little bit later. So make sure to stay on here. Maybe we'll take some later. Can't promise it works out, but I can promise I will try to take one. All right, so we've gone through the indices. We've done a really nice thorough kind of study on the SPX call play off of the 90, and we've also ran through a few of these individual names. The one individual names I would like to bring to everybody's attention is this BE. BE is holding up really beautifully after getting sold into on earnings and brought back up. What I call an offside play. And it's been sold into this 39 here. So this 39.40 area is going to be tricky. But I think if we break 40 on BE, which is a name not many talk about, but it's been in a beautiful uptrend, breaking this really huge pattern here on the daily, on the weekly. This one has a pretty good shot and moving back up to these all-time highs around 45. We've just broken back above this first all-time high that we set back in 18. And so as long as we're hold above 38, I'm pretty bullish on this BE for new all-time highs towards 50. Stock 51. Yeah, I'm glad you took those shares. Where did you take them, by the way? I've had them since 25. We took them a while back, but it's more recently played out the way I thought it would. 33. Okay, good. They're playing out really nicely. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think BE is pretty interesting. I actually have a nice study online. On I think I posted something on X many months ago regarding BE and all that. And so maybe you can go there and dig it out. But I think BE is a good story. It's similar to OKLO, which I called out when it was like 20. This initial move here, I did a write up on it when it was trading around like 18 or so. I did not take shares in this when this happened, but we did, I think, trade the upside move here, and it's just moved really nicely. It's basically moved about 2x or so, 3x. So very happy with that call out as well. But OKLO is looking good. I think nuclear is here to stay probably. I don't see why that it would not be around if AI is around. And so I think AI is going to be around for a while. OKLO has always been my favorite. You do have other ones like NNE, SMR. SMR is slightly different. SMR is slightly different of a company, but looking really good technically as well. Thanks, Steve. It's very kind of you. Here, I'm going to give you some XP. Yeah, so there it is, actually. Yep. Yeah, just looking back here. Bull flag. Yeah, I was playing that bull flag on the daily on BE. Yeah, very nice. Guys, PLTR is holding up really nicely. I would say this one, I'm not going to trade it today, but I am interested in trading that continuation play tomorrow. NVIDIA nicely off the lows as well, 175 held. We are getting into that previous day POC here, so there's some resistance around this 179.50, 180. It's tricky. Yeah, I say that a lot, don't I? Say that a lot. 100% on that. Uh, uh-oh. Hold on, Oscar. I don't understand. Monkey is the best commentator while trading. Just needs few drinks. Are you saying that you need drinks to deal with me, or do I need drinks to trade better? Yeah, I'll take either. Either I'll take. Oh boy. I do need a drink. Steve, did you see that Japanese whiskey that I got made in France? Really weird. I posted it this weekend. Forgot the name. Um, Here, let me search. Let me use. Oh, Nikasi whiskey. Let's see it. Here, I'll. There we go. So it's given to me by a Swiss friend. It was so-so. It's not my favorite at all. At all. But all right, NVO Hims news. NVO spike higher. Hims rolling over here. NVO. Hims lower. Probably play the downside on Hims. Kentucky straight bourbon. Beautiful. Nice to see you, Joe. You caught that. Well done, mate. Beautiful. All right, let's see what happens, guys. It's tricky, like I was. Eli Lilly is doing something. Let's see. Moving a little bit. All right, SPX doing that move, right? Making that move, pull back a little bit. All right. Hercules. At least Cubed got that one. I think you got that. I think you did. Nobody else did. $63.25 calls, which we exited at 4, are now back to 2. So we're very nice exit on those. HIMS bounced off of the 20-day moving average around 55.36. At 53.82, you have the 50-day moving average. PM lows after earnings gap down right below at 53. So oh, woo! Holy crap!
Salud.
Gracias, amigo. I tried to mute my microphone, but my brain was not cooperating as I was like in the motion of you know.
Oh no, don't know what I'm doing. Sneeze.
It's more like me having this face, like trying to hold it in and trying to find the buttons and Thank you guys, appreciate it.
How's your day going, Space Monkey?
It's all right. I think it started off a little like shaky, but then that playoff with the SPX 6390 was really nice and was able to roll to the 25. So I think it's been good. I think in general it's been good. It hasn't been an easy day, so I think taking that into account, it's been an okay day so far. Yeah, HIMS is accelerating to the downside. Just a really terrible intraday chart on that one. Screwing everybody up and down, and then now back to the low. So break of lower day around 55. Could see PM lows around 53. You do have the 50-day moving average at 53.81. So that one actually went red to green, and now we're back negative 12% on the day. It's just unbelievable. Yeah, it just shows you that, although you have the right intention with the trade, it sometimes just temporarily goes against and then could come back. So it's HIMS, very, very tricky name. Mia, 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 Mia. Let's take a look. I like how Mia just shows up and throws like names out every day. Holy, that's an offside play right there. Why didn't you call it out earlier, Mia? It's a perfect offside. Whoa. Yeah, this is exactly what you want to see. First candle, 10-minute candle, boom. And then red to green, boom. And then off we go. Nice call out. Yeah, I don't watch Melly very much, but this one is. Maybe watch 2500 at some point. Could be something. SPX 6315 backtest here. This could be your entry here, guys. 6314, 64 previous all-time high. This is that pullback. I would look at 6320s. But if it starts breaking below, watch out. But this is that pullback I was talking about. I'm just watching, but let's see. Mallorca. Okay. Sorry, I had to do something on the side here. Why is ChatGPT so stupid sometimes? Yeah. Let's take a look at Fig, what it did. Yeah, Fig bounced off of the IPO low. Tesla, nice rebound back to 310 here, 312. Just sold into every day. All right, so that's your break back lower here. So hands off SPX here. Yeah, hands off SPX here, guys. Hands off. Guys, the 6310 needs to hold. Watching SPX long here, guys. Want to see if he can hold 10? It's that 35 area, guys. On ES. Yeah, a little weaker here, guys. A little weaker. I'm not buying this. Not buying this. Be patient. Watch the 6310 for a back test. Maybe play puts downside. Maybe I'll try that. I'll use a stop above. Guys, getting an alert. Netflix testing 1152. Netflix. Netflix very weak here, guys. $1,100 trading around 90 cents here. See if it breaks it. This is the low from a few days ago. Guys, I might take some Netflix 1100 puts. Zero hero kind of trade. I think once this breaks, I think we can see a bigger move. Tuesday today. Mate's gonna love me for this. Guys, I'm in here. At 95 cents, 1100 puts, Netflix. It's size to zero, okay? Size to zero, 1100 puts. Meaning, I don't have a stop. Meaning, I think we can get a big move here. This is what the daily looks like. This is why I want to take a shot at it. We've been tracking this for a bit, so let's see if we can catch this. Joe, nice trade on Hims. Beautiful freaking trade. SPX almost took 6,300 puts here at 3. But I kind of like Netflix as a vehicle for this push lower here. Let's see. Break 1152, 1150. We could see 30 today. Sorry, 47, 48. Yeah. 33 is a good support here. So using profits from SPX instead of trading SPX downside here, which I was very willing to do. Just pivoting into Netflix. So for good or for bad, let's see. But that daily looks pretty good. All right, that entry on the back test SPX here, those 6,300s are probably moving. I'm not looking at them right now. But if we break here, we can see 6,300 and we can see 62.90 again. Anybody caught that put play on SPX? I was very, 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 very close taking it. And then I got that Netflix alert, which I've been waiting on. Let's see what those are. SPX 60. Trade 370 from 3-ish. Still pretty slow, but those could really move if we break lower here. Let's see. Netflix is pretty heavy. It's a big move lower here if it breaks. MSTR is moving. Getting an alert. MSTR testing lows. Watch MSTR. That one could see an unraveling to lower here. MSTR. Okay, Netflix is moving. Microsoft breaking lower here. SPX, beautiful play. If you took that 6,300, almost in the money here, guys. SPX accelerating lower below 6,350 and unable to hold above. 6,300 puts moving really nicely. 6,300 puts are at 5. 5. Anybody caught that? Almost a double to on the put side as well. Nice entry, Sam. That's a really nice entry. Yeah, those are looking good. A break of 6,300 and hallelujah. Jackpot. Netflix is being annoying here, bouncing off 1150. I'm just gonna not look at it. I'm just gonna let it do what it does. All right. Nice little bounce off of 6,300 area here, SPX. You do not want to see a break back above 6310. Microsoft really tired. It's 530 here to being tested. Reddit all the way back to 200. Nvidia catching, sorry, Netflix catching a bit of a bounce here. All right, let's talk about ER here, Steve. Thank you for that. I'll go off of that actually. So a couple earnings reports after the close today, and then before the open tomorrow. Okay. So AMD. AMD, nice day today. Bought off the 9-day moving average, holding in a beautiful pennant here. Nice little dip that got bought up. Just a pretty incredible move considering where we were last earnings report, around sub 100. We're now about 80 points higher. So I would say AMD is looking pretty good. Let's see what they say. One would think that, oh, we're up so much, but I wouldn't look at it like that. I would just wait and see, and then we'll react tomorrow. It's gonna be interesting to see what it does. But yeah, it's if they show us some good numbers, I think this one could be back in play here. MCI just building a big base. Not a whole lot to go off here technically, but this one could squeeze, right? This could be up 30% tomorrow, right? If so, we're up here somewhere. So let's see. It's that was a little more complex, so we'll see how it plays out. ANET, nice chart on the daily. I would say huge move lower into 60, and it has since doubled. So beautiful, beautiful, beautiful recovery, and all-time highs here could happen. No real opinion about this fundamentally. Not super familiar with it. Technically, it's right into the 9-day moving average higher. All right, Netflix is moving lower here, 1150. Okay, let's keep going here. Open ALAB. Let's look at ALAB. ALAB, just a phenomenal rebound here on the daily, right? Fairly new stock, not that old. Been trading since 24, but incredible comeback. And for me with this one, I have a feeling this one might pop tomorrow. Let's see. I think it's one of those semiconductors that could really, really go. So I like ALAB for a watch tomorrow. Open door. No opinion. Snap. Definitely no opinion on Snap. Has done nothing for like ever. Sorry. UPST could be interesting because it's had a really nice run lately. And I would say that Affirm looks pretty good. If you remember, two separate companies, but still. It's been looking real nice. So let's see what UPSD does. Either continues this move higher, Affirm, or so if this one pushes higher, I think Affirm could too. And then we just have to wait and see. But UPSD is definitely looking interesting here. But any of these names could be down like 20% tomorrow. They'll get punished. All right, Uber. Nice higher low. I still believe in this one. 120, 130 target over the next few years. Chop looks ready to go, in my opinion. Just a nice looking chart here, guys. This is the weekly, right? This is the weekly. I mean, remember Shop a few years ago, 2020, 21. I mean, this one was trading 176 here. I think this one had a split, right? If I'm not mistaken. I think they split this one. But in any case, I think if you can clear this 130 area, we can see a push higher. Technically, I think this one might be ready to push higher. Let's see what they say, but I think AI could play a big role in this company. Disney, this is what the weekly looks like. Looks like crap. Really nice move though, last earnings, right? You remember? Nice little move higher. And it's been holding it really well. So as you can see here, it's a nice accumulation pattern here. Nice little base. We've had a couple attempts to break lower and they snap it back. So, I'm pretty positive. It's just with these names, it's still harder to, bet money on. It's better just to own, right? But 125, 130 break Could push it. That's all I have. I mean, McDonald's will be next. Holding 300. Looks like a bear flag on the weekly. Just been a harder trade. It attempted to break above that 320, was it a couple months ago? Failed and has since just been in a slow grind. So very, very tricky. SPX testing 6300. Sorry, I just sold some Netflix here into the support here. Those puts are paying, guys. If you took them, those 62.90s, they're moving okay here. Let's see if it can really move. I opted to take in Netflix for good or for worse. Let's see, but they're moving nicely. We're at 130 ish from 90 cents, so not a bad move here. Okay. This I think that the real move could happen overnight, Netflix or tomorrow, but tricky, tricky, tricky. All right, guys, not much happening here. I think I'm gonna shut it down. Keep an eye on 63, 10, 15 for highs, and then let's watch. I'm gonna swing Netflix, whatever happens. Okay. With that, thank you. I'll see you right tomorrow. Bye.